Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be continuing our Great Ace Attorney playthrough today. But first, let's check in with the kitties. Hopefully the camera will start functioning in a moment, since they're all up on camera 1 effectively. The sky is blocking your sight of Sammy. I may have placed some catnip there. I'm surprised Mason hasn't stuck around. He's really a fan usually. But yeah, we have Sky and Sammy top center. Sky being a little more catnip enthusiastic than normal. Sherbet over there top right. He's kind of half and half, I would say. He's interested, but he also doesn't want to have to compete, you know. It's like, then we have Ember over there on the left on the bed camera. Let's see here. Shelf camera is a little off center. Let's fix that. There we go. Gauge the remote controls. Sammy rolling around in it. All of them like to eat the catnip. Ember is a fan too, but she's also very unless she decides that she needs to, like, she really wants to have a spot, she's non-confrontational, so the other cats tend to shove her out of the way. And she'll get all offended dignity. Unless she has decided that this is ground that she will fight for, in which case she will drive any of the others off at this point. Fix that there. Alright, but let's get back into it. Last time we were introduced to the character who claimed to be Benedict Eggert. Or Eggert Benedict, that's right. The man in the glossy white suit who had a propensity to twirl. He was attempting to steal some music discs that were apparently the property of McGilded, the first non-tutorial defendant, who, after being found innocent of a murder case that seems like he was framed for, was subsequently burned to death inside of the carriage where the murder supposedly took place. Now the pickpocket that he knew came into a pawn shop where they were attempting to redeem a pawn slip that McGilded had given her. She got the coat, she got one of the music discs, and then this other fellow came in and tried to claim that the slip and the coat were his. And through observation, he managed to fool the pawn shop owner. But with the help of Herlock Sholmes, we determined that he actually had like a description of her and had come in to try to take that coat and the 2 music discs within. We're only aware of 1 music disc that has been marked with the blood of the guy that tried to steal it when the pickpocket tried to snatch it out of his hands. Well, snatched it out of his hands. And the little tines on it scraped him. There is supposedly a second disc. We don't know where that is yet. We left off shortly after this new guy fled the police. He twirled through the police line and the police pursued. So let's see how we do. What's that? And we're picking right up where we left off. So outside of the pawn shop there. I think it's like Windibanks or something like that. Stay. So many things misbehaving. There we go. Sometimes there can be a little bit of tracking delay. So this is Gina Lestrade, the one who actually had the slip and was supposed to pick the stuff up. That is a coat that was sized for Mr. McGilded, who was a very short man. And Gina is a young pickpocket, so the coat would fit her. It almost burst apart when the man in white tried to show that it was his. See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. So, when she was describing who gave her the ticket and who the things belonged to, she referred to them as her old man. So I wonder if she has a relationship with McGilded. Illegitimate child or something? Actual child? Secret orphan pickpocket? I don't know. Really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, that D let me keep it, after I looked daggers at him for long enough. The shopkeeper. Or the pawnbrokerage. The pawnbroker? Pawnbroker. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. That little coin roll trick. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. She found it in the pocket and then tried to pawn it to the pawnbroker. And because it was just the music disc and it did not have the accompanying music box that was sized and timed to it, that the disc wasn't worth anything. So, on the back of the disc, it had a little sticker on it, essentially. A little note attached to it that said, "For McGilded." She doesn't seem to recognize any significance to the discs, though. She just knew that McGilded had given her something to pick up at the pawnbroker. Something that he had dropped off the night of the murder he was framed for. Supposedly, the music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm going to go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. It was taken by the police because it was an item that was, like, that the thief was trying to take. They're taking it for evidence. What is it? There's a particular term for it in the U.S. It's the police can seize property that they think is the result or part of a crime. Civil forfeiture. There we go. So supposedly, if it's just potential evidence, they would get it back, but I don't know if they have such a rule in this setting. Should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. What? She has the same accent they generally use for Warhammer 40,000 Orcs, that kind of drifting Cockney kind of accent. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. The whole reason we went into Windibanks was that he had put his violin in hock and accidentally picked up, out of carelessness, a viola, a busted up viola, instead of his Stradivarius violin. And shockingly, the busted up viola didn't work very well as a violin. So we had to go get it back. Music is still good in this series. No, Ta. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? And away! Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I didn't know you could revile someone. Thought that was like an adjective. They are reviled. But I guess it makes sense. It's not that it's a descriptor, it's that it is something inflicted. To revile. You have been reviled. Never thought of it. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. You know, free food and all. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. How exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later, then. Hey there, Saiti. Welcome, welcome. You are early today, I see. In a good way, I hope. The Sholmes suite. Ah, Susie and Bruno. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Is it somebody you shot with that gun? Finished up with coursework for the year? Or in general? With those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny, isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Oh, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Adjusting my wrist straps a little bit here. Mentioned it a couple of times recently. I had the audacity to try to play a game with a gamepad earlier. So I'm having to wear my wrist straps. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Multitasking, huh, Sidey? Yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Not sure that's entirely appropriate, is it? Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Sholmes up to? Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Well, he got his violin back. His actual violin there. Is he now pouting that he doesn't have his analytoscope? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. He's his own answering machine. I'm not in right now, but if you'd care to leave a message, I can give it to me the next time I find me. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Just in the opposite direction you would expect. Yeah, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Yep, he gets it. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runa? What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. When she was asked about her parents last time, she said, oh, they're not here. She shares this apartment with Sholmes, and based on the description of it, they are co-renters. No, it's nothing. Or leaseholders or something like that. I know what it is. But why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How did you... Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Doesn't seem to be a special skill. Susato can do it too. It's that same sort of gag that they did in Phoenix Wright a lot, but they've actually called out that the characters can essentially read his expressions. That what he's thinking is plain on his face. But don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Character themes are good. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. She had it moments ago, too. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. It changed that that dinner they had from quaint and friendly to threatening undertones pretty quick, didn't that? Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Oh. The dynamic between the two is changing wildly every time Iris opens her mouth. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh, she's chasing after her favorite guinea pig. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Hey, narrative consistency. Yes, that's right. This will be important later. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mom and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born, and at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Uh-oh. So, we encountered a Dr. Wilson in the tutorial trial. He was shot by another foreign national in a cafe in Japan. Is that who died here? Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over here. Oh, okay, this is the metal chest with a manuscript that Holmes was keeping locked up at the pawnbroker. The unpublished manuscript. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And you found your father's memoirs? Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean. Something quick poke here. There we go. Let's see if that operates as expected. Had to give the chat thing a little kick. It must have been. Must have done. Wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that, that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. So one of my thoughts was that she was actually the brains of the operation, but it sounds like it is still actually Sholmes and that she has just learned a less screwy version of his skill set. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. Oh, another way to look at it is maybe Sholmes is intentionally trying to get you involved with his whole process, and that's why he's actively screwing up his deductions somewhat. Kind of forcing you to correct him, to force you to be a participant. Because before and after the deductions, he really does seem to know that something is going on. And it's implied that he does actually know the truth. Interesting, interesting. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing, as usual, he totally forgot about the case he'd just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. I suppose you're wondering why I've gathered you here today. No, we did this yesterday. And the day before that, And the day before that, you need to stop calling us. We've already charged the criminal. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy was Dr. John H. Wilson. Yep, that's the guy that got shot in the cafe. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. Yeah, definitely that guy. A foreign exchange student that was a student of his for his guest lectures poisoned him and then made it look like Ryunosuke shot him. And that is the tutorial trial. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Eris's father, who went to some distant land. Ryunosuke very, very slowly putting the pieces together. It is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Neat. Nice. Contiguous narrative. Right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. Oh man, that's where I recognize you. I saw your father die. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. However, did you not make your presence known to me before? Ah. Well, no matter now. So how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? It's like he lives his life in a state of mostly short-term memory. Maybe like, a few weeks. Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? A violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilden's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? The disc that he showed does not have blood on it. I wonder if this is meant to be the second disc. Then what's it doing here? At times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, that I may well be even more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Convenient. It's good when your crime team has some legal assistance. Lets you cover the whole criminal enterprise pipeline. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all of our menacing crime notifications. Iris seeing the plan all the way through. Yes, I'd be delighted. Just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. Huh. That is the caramel bar that he was eating, but at this range I can actually see the label, and that is a Sholmes caramel with the little Sherlock Holmes silhouette with his hat and pipe. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you'll humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Be taking that whatever it is, Mr. McGilded, whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Did he make an impression of it? Is that what he's saying? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned one of my... It was precisely at that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, the result of a precisely controlled solution. So he made edible wax. Sorry, he made an edible wax tablet. How extraordinary. Maybe clay would be more accurate. I have to wonder what the texture is like. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. One will hope that we'll see more of that individual task. At the very least, we will probably see deductive twirling. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? We do indeed. I do like how Sholmes's house that he shares with Iris Wilson is split into 3 sections. We're in the center section, which seems to be a shared space around the fireplace. So there's a lot of neutral furnishings. To the left is like Sholmes' laboratory, where there's a lot of clutter and darker colors. On the right is Iris's area, which is like white and pink with a tea set and tea service and such. Hello, Sammy. Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Not a clue. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Inside of a music box, there's a special metal piece called the comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Protuberances. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. How you doing today, Tass? There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. Hey there, X-Cow. Welcome. Well, that's at least good to hear. All right is better than not. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. The music that's playing in the background has kind of a chime aspect to it, I think to invoke the sound of a music box, which they are discussing. But it is the very success of the invention that means that we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. We have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to play. But you have Crazy Inventor Girl, and the layout of the protuberances should at least tell you, would let you make an educated guess as to how many comb teeth you need on it, and how spaced they are. And then you just need to play with the rotation speed and direction. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. Very irregular tones there. Put it up a little for you. Interesting. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. Surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? How about you, Xcal? How's your day going? Magnus McGill... click the button. It's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Reminding us again that the guy died locked in a carriage that was then lit on fire. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. Only they hadn't made it out of fire starters and tissue paper. They might have been able to bring water and douse it. Given how many incendiary devices are involved in their court proceedings, you can't tell me that they don't have a ridiculously good fire suppression system. So, once again, that carriage was definitely made out of, like, matchsticks and ignition paper. The truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Was a poor brickmaker, Bryce-fired mason there, who was stabbed in the carriage that McGilded was in, but there are a lot of details that aren't clear, and it really seemed like McGilded had done a lot of footwork to make sure he was innocent. Despite it actually looking like he was, he did a lot of things that would have let him slip out of the trial. As far as, like, being found innocent. There were a lot of things set up to make him look innocent until additional evidence would have been presented, sometimes by us. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. There's McGilded, if you did not see the early parts of the trial, of the gameplay. If you're curious and would like to know more, you can watch the VODs. Seamless plug. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. It continues to be a little bit disconcerting how she always readies that gun when she starts talking about cooking dinner. Like, it's about time I go kill the meat for this banquet that I'm setting up. If it runs through here, stop it before it gets out the door. No matter what it tells you, stop it. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie, there's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? This be a lesson for you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Well, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of irises in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholm's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. You have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah, what's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? Uh, you said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories of Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published. Huh? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's. And yet, how could Susie know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. Hey there, Inkwaste. Welcome, welcome. Meow, indeed. We do have Sherbet napping on camera there. Good opportunity to check where the others are. We are only missing one. We have Sky upper left, Sherbet top center, as noted briefly, Ember left center, and then Mason bottom center. Not sure where Sammy is hiding. She has a couple of spots that are off camera. Oh, no, you can see her right there. Zoom and enhance. Sammy is bottom center of this camera once it reloads. So Sky is the big fluffy one up top. Sammy is the little tuxie there, bottom center, right above the blue line. She tends to be loafed when she's nearby. She will play, but she tends to join in on play as opposed to initiating with a pounce or something. It's an interesting perspective shift, isn't it? Um, so previously, when Tom was still around, how he was proportionally bigger than Sky, that Sky is bigger than like Mason. Um, and then Rorschach, who was a bit bigger than Sky. And on the far other side of the spectrum is Ember, who is itty bitty. Have you been to the channel before, Inkwaste? I don't recall seeing you. My memory is terrible, though, so forgive me. It's why when people have occasionally like shown me dogs and whatnot, and I'll be like, "Oh, that's a small dog." It's like, no, that's a medium-sized dog. Your perspective is just off. Well, again, welcome to the channel, Inkwaste. If you're not familiar, I'm newtmechanist. I am a VTuber here on YouTube. I do live streams and short form content. Do a lot of narrative games like the Great Ace Attorney here. But it's a relatively casual channel, so I'll play other things, and we spend a lot of time chatting. So feel free to lurk or chat as you feel. I'll try to make time to answer any questions. What is it, Holmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Everybody is concerned, and it's not clear why. Oh, yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Once again, she pulls that gun, and Susato looks like, oh no, she pulled a gun behind me. Oh, right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. Clip. What say you to some, Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Meh. A little Wagga High here. Meow. I'd appreciate a little podgy-looking calico there. And that evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholm's violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. This has a if only we knew what was to come kind of vibe. It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholm's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato? It's about the telegram I received. The telegram that she left out in the open, but she was very aggressive about not letting us read. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. Shift some things around. There we go. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. There's a knocking. Who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris, hello again. The wristband off for a little bit. And Gina, too. Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? It's got the same vibe as the last conversation she had about their apparent friendship. Where it feels like Iris inflicts friendship upon Ginny. You're going to be staying with us, isn't that right? Prods gun into middle of back. Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? Yep. I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. His attorney's badge, armband thing. Wait, what? That's mine. However, did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. She apparently already holds a doctorate. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. He still wears his university uniform most of the time, the all-black suit kind of look. And that is the defense attorney's badge that was originally, I think it was originally his friend's, who died on the boat over. He also wears his friend's sword. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here Still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yeah, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. So, Wilson, her dead father, was friends with, I think, Susato's father. So maybe Susato is aware of the events in the manuscript. All right, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. No, not at all. Not at all. I don't know what all this is really about, but is about really. It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all of the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases I knew. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. Mysterious. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me. All right then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. When the stars are right, when the planets align. Then you will know. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It means that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh. If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I mean, if Sholmes actually says he can't talk about it and isn't talking about it, then it's got to be very serious. Because when a Scotland Yard inspector told him a criminally valuable secret that was supposed to be very confidential, need-to-know information, he began shouting it in front of strangers in a pawn shop. So if he's actually keeping tight-lipped about it, you know it's serious. I think so, too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? That is another nice thing, is when there are secondary people in the scene. You can spot them and examine and talk to them that way. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The other ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris, that's not gonna happen. He's super dead. Gina, what do you mean when you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. My, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windibank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh, my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, all right. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night, then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. I can't believe it can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Protracted pause. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out the window. What's this about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? How can he see that out the window? The house they're in is on the same street, and one house, like, this whole pair of, like, storefronts are between it. It's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's? Oh no. The story was really in old Windibank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Okay, so perhaps it's supposed to be that she went to steal the manuscript to prove it. So one of the things that's going to come into play are the pair of cameras. Is the pair of cameras that Holmes put in place in the pawnbrokery. They only have a limited amount of film per day, but it's like every half hour they would fire, so there's a possibility that if she did go in there, she's on film. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Miss Susato. The door to Windibanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. What? There's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh, yes. There is. Oh, there is the slip-a-day calendar right above me here. That is askew and bloodied. Bang! Scream! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! There are two figures. Blast, I've lost them. Hello? Hello, what have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks. Animated sequence.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Pawnbroker's shot in the back there. Gina unconscious.
Gina.
Dun dun dun. Nice. Down a couple of saves here. Bang. Scream. It's a repeat. This is Sholmes having been shot, supposedly, and telling us to go after the people we saw, the silhouettes that we saw. And her holding the gun. Well, we know what our next case is. It's Gina. From that moment, Windibanks pawnbrokery became a crime scene again. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, The preliminary investigation of the scene and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windbanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see, and I'm going to drag this out for the reveal in just a moment. Gina. Ginny, but why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. So where's Hurley, then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. The gauntlet back on here. Constant trade-off between trying to reduce the long-term damage and dealing with a carefully maintaining circulation and comfort issue. I don't want to worry you, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. Once again, I'm going to needlessly drag it out. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? He was shot? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. Oh, interesting choice. They're tending to him there. Is that a real place? They mention a lot of real places in this. Internet. It sounds like it's not a real place. But that spelling of sinners is a not uncommon thing. Okay, okay. I must see him at once. I'll use my horrific bullet extraction device that I made after I made the device that punches holes in doors and makes instant cat flaps. Hopefully I don't get them wrong. Sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well. Oh yeah, the gun. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there, then? Hey there, maybe. Good evening. Hope you're having a good time tonight. Well, this morning for you, I suppose. Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. I see. Besides... Alright, well, there's still time. One of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. Now, this is all so horrible. How could he have survived like that? I was so close this time. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. Oh yeah. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me, there was no one else in the room. This guy came over to sit on the heating pad, and Sherbet is over there next to him like, can't we snuggle? I know. That's it exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. It's the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do here at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you. I can't just stand. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. I want to but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. All right then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. Imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, go to the hospital first. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. I mean, it looks clean, but just a bit battered, is all. That's a cracked off plaster, you know? Early. Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Which means he's hiding somewhere around the room. I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad at all after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello, what have we here? This ward is off limits. No visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, begging your pardon, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, I'm sure. Where is he, Constable? Where is Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oof. And in this area of surgery. Gruesome. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oof. Oh. I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Ah. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Generic. I clicked on something that didn't help. Must be Mr. Sholmes' bed. Poor Hurley. I know. It looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh no, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look. Let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. Unseeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. Certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholm's sake. Checking all this stuff, just in case. Wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see. Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. I wonder if historically there wasn't a crutch equivalent in Japan at this time. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? To finish the job. I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and had been brought here along with his weapons. It's way more boring. That's surprisingly plausible. Okay. Hello, Gina. Why did they let her keep the grenade launcher when they locked her up? This seems like a critical oversight. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point that at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny? I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You heard, get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny... I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Hit my microphone button. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's all going to be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. It's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums, me whole life. You do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. I've been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. I've heard snaffled before. I think it relates to being arrested, but... Oh, okay. More like kidnapped. Takes some... It's, let's see. Take something for oneself. Typically quickly without permission, so... Like, it could be stealing, but it's that she almost got snaffled. So, can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? Place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point, anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us about these unforgivable lies you've told are? What these? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. A white kitty cat. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. Wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Again, this is supposedly the overcoat of Mr. McGilded. And there was somebody who actively wanted to get that coat to get at the discs, the music box discs. So this picture, you know, on top of the fact that it is an object that we've been presented with in a Phoenix Wright style game, could be important to that. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. White cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 p.m. Article deposited. 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? Little red stamp. 13th of February, that could be significant. It's just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? So we could be getting into the motivations for why McGilded was killed that night. Why McGilded was framed for murder, and then why he was subsequently killed in the carriage. Or no. If Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. It's something Miss McGilded deposited we need to investigate. It is so refreshing being able to look at the back of things in this in this game. All too often in the Phoenix Wright stories, there were things like, on the back of the paper that we've had this whole time, there's critical evidence. This is where it happened, then. Last night. Nice of them to let us come in and rummage around. Hey, I wonder if the small box is the music box that's meant to be able to play those discs. That's right, the 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. And could it be this blue box here? This very prominent, color-differentiated box? Yeah, there are a couple of possible music boxes here. This little brownish one here. No, you can't see it. It's behind my ear. Apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance, except for the broken stuff on the floor, the askew calendar covered in blood. Or perhaps ketchup, I guess. No, you're right about that, actually. Flip. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Wait, I heard that. Anybody remember a show on the old Nickelodeon way back called You Can't Do That on Television? One of the recurring characters on that, I can't remember his name, of course, but he was the cafeteria cook. Oh, he was like Barf or something like that. Who made terrible, terrible hamburgers. Thus the nickname. And one of his catchphrases was, I heard that. One of the key gimmicks of that show was that if you said, I don't know, they dumped a bucket of slime on their heads. This has been your needless old television trivia for this, whatever this short period of time will be before I do it again. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind. And if only there'd been a patrolling officer that you so touted in the last trial. Maybe some sleepy police officer could have come and messed up the scene of the crime again. But no, if only the random foreigner had done the police's work for them. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship. So, one of the things they've shown is that he gets royalties on some of the books she publishes because he is mentioned frequently in them. But additionally, when she just sent him a card that included the royalties, like his current payment, and just a note from her that says, "Hey, help these people out," he was really enthusiastic about taking that note from us. In addition to the money, and referred to her as her ladyship. No one told me you were coming. Expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see that he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. That's kind of cute, that particular pose of his. It's quite different to him angrily gesticulating with a cone of fish and chips. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. I mean, given how quick she is to, like, pull out a bazooka or a pistol, I have to wonder if this is, like, fealty, fandom, or fear that we're seeing at work. Or some combination thereof. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice, some nice refreshing fruit juice. Wow. Like, I kind of want to and don't want to know more about their relationship. Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some. It's a cute little thermos. Man. Reminds me of Godot in the Ace Attorney trilogy slamming coffee. Next question. Did he really like it? Are we about to see him, like, retch and spit as soon as we look away? Like, what's going on here? I don't even recognize him like this. So, how is the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're gonna charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid... Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you... How? How could you possibly know that? Even if she didn't, she knows now. I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Back to his infinite cone of fish and chips. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. They have to deal with, ye old-timey police HIPAA, I guess. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. Didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. Okay, so middle of the night, he took an arterial hit. And has been dangerously bleeding since then. And we're now into the morning. Let's be generous and say sunrise. So middle of the night. Let's bump it by. We're talking. He's been under surgery for at least 2 hours, in this setting. That's a lot of bleeding. But he will be all right, won't he? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? She goes into that cute act, and then she'll have little stabbing inquiries like that. Like, they'll tell the little, like, pleasant fiction, the little platitudes, and she just cuts right through them. How do I know? Well, because, of course... Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die early. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those Adventures of Herlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What do you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of It was one of Sholm's lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, huh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Herlock Sholm stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Ooh, brutal. Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you, and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. What that would do to my salary if that came out in print, huh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. It's very much a she made you, she can break you situation. But that would never happen, Craigsy. Every month when the new Ranced magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. How awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Gotta hope there's not any sort of, like, chemically active component to that herbal tea. Aside from a flavoring compound, because, oh boy. He's getting all of it at once. Lovely. Ta very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Ah. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it till now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is, then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant. Dear Susie, is she all right? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe? Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? At a meeting with the Chief Justice, I think. To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ritual and incantation and all. Circle of light, isn't it? Of course, I'd forgotten about that. The Whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Can I look at things? Can I use the right button to look at things? Right then, let's see what we can uncover. What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? Can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. It's a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. It's the problem, Gregsy. Runo's a lawyer. You know that. I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo has been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused? If you show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Runo? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. It's like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Little bouncy dance he's doing. Lord Chief Justice's Clock Tower Palace. Yes, no matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. The guy has a red carpet leading to a raised dais with a marble desk and what can only be described as a throne behind it. There's really nothing about that would be welcoming. Oppressiveness is kind of the atmosphere that would create. The only way to go further would be if it was in the middle of the night so that you didn't get the glow from behind the clock face, and only those candles granted illumination. That and the inevitably glowing red eyes of the Lord Chief Justice, who can't possibly be a villain. You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regards to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato and Lord Strongheart. Or what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato. Sudden pigeons. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. Some consonants there. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow. Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? Selection of kitties has changed. Let's take a look. So we have Sammy and Ember loafing on the table and the shelf, respectively. Mason is still snoozing at the window. At least loafed at the window. Sherbet back in the across the keyboard position. Early bath time for Ember. Big stretch. You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Was a protracted pause there. Oh no. Professor Miko Toba. If I may? Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Suzato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. He was a colleague of Dr. Wilson's. I wonder if his sudden turn is related, since Dr. Wilson was ultimately poisoned. A apparently very horrific poison. We'll leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. As is traditional in a Phoenix Wright game. Trial begins immediately. Not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes. An all too transpicious case. Transpicuous? Yeah, transpicuous. Easily understood or lucid. See, we're a learning channel here. People always come here to learn strange and new vocabulary. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the art is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. My guess, based on what we see just on the surface of the evidence, is that the pawnbroker was shot when he was leaving for the night. Because part of his daily ritual was when he went home for the evening was to tear the sheet away from the little note a day calendar, and we can see that that is all bloodied, and it looks like there's going to be like a bullet lodged in the center of it. So as he's leaving, he gets shot in the back, and then they transport the body into the back room and toss it in there. Now, how Gina comes into the equation, I don't know. But I think that's going to be one of the elements of this, is another location in course of events kind of thing. Sequence of events and location. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. In deference of your fine service to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now, be gone. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she deserves a fair trial. Not in this setting, apparently. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. If I had to... I wonder if when the public defender brought the paperwork that there was also, like, a confession in it, that kind of thing. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Susato about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I would like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. I wonder if they're actually going to do a tag out and have Susato leave. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Local prison, cell 13. Ah. Hello again, Gina. Gina very slowly loads a grenade launcher. What are you lot doing here? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look. You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. Drink there. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie? Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Oh, man. Very slow emotional appeal, and then she spins and kicks her in the face. What? It's my fault? Yes, I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. Welcome back, maybe? I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested. I want you to show the both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. See. What'd you do? Go take a short nap or something there? Or just otherwise busy? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. Open pixel warfare across the globe there, maybe? What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, huh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. the amount of the amount of internet conflict that arises from groups both organized and disorganized fighting over space on a bitmap, you know? What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request is a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Part of the fun of the place images is the time lapse, where you can see those like rolling conflicts actually take place over the pixels. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. That's a good point. A heat map would be very interesting. So you can see the battle lines, as it were. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Ooh. Another connection to the McGilded trial. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Because he knew who Gina was and had taken action to try to keep her from having to appear in court. Ah, the case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. I have, maybe. I have thought about doing just chatting streams. It's as much figuring out what to just chat about and with who. I love the community that visits me in the streams, but they are time zone disparate and a relatively small group. So there isn't always an opportunity for steady interaction. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. There's always passive narration, you know? Well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Another thing that I wouldn't mind doing, maybe, I need to figure out a way to get materials lined up for it on a steady basis. But I have wanted to try things like doing some painting, some miniature painting on stream. Just chat and paint. But that definitely requires a different bit of setup work. I knew it. I don't know that I would be doing as much of that, but then again, nitrile gloves are pretty common toolkit during that. Though I did have a really unfortunate incident at one point with what would we call it? CA glue and a baking soda accelerant. Ideally, you use bicarbonate and not the full-on baking soda. The baking soda has some extra bits. But if you're using like off-the-shelf single-part super glue, CA glue, then what you can use is you can sprinkle baking soda on it as a gap filler and as an accelerant. It will speed up the chemical reaction of the CA glue. But normally, CA glue can get really hot on impact with some materials. It's unpleasant if it's just raw on your skin. If it hits something like, say, denim, and it's touching your skin, that can be really unpleasant. But the baking soda coming in contact with the glue, if it's touching your skin, or really anything, that gets really hot. That gets like blister your flesh hot. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. You know, one of the materials that I want to be able to deal with is getting a steady flow of models. I have a little, like, I have a bit of a supply. I've got a bunch of boxes of Super Dungeon Explorer, but those are relatively low detail models, and they have wide, like, smooth curved surfaces, which can be a bit tricky to paint. But they're an option. There are some other ones in the set that I could paint. Yeah, I've got a bunch of spare parts of Warhammer models. A bunch of kits. I love kit bashing, and I have done some pretty spectacular kit bashes with Warhammer models. But as you say, really expensive. I do have a 3D printer. I have only utilized it in a limited sense, and I'm still bad at using it. It's a resin 3D printer, so it could be excellent for generating model parts, but I'd have to get used to using it so as not to make a mess and waste money. But it could generate lots of parts, and then those parts could be painted. And that could be fun. But on top of that, it's getting things like the camera set up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I tried a standard extrusion 3D printer in the same vein. Is I thought, oh man, this could be great. I could use it to make model stuff, and then I couldn't get it working properly, and it just sort of sat there. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing, and then thud. It can. It's pretty variable as to how easy it is to obtain some of those things. And the quality can be all over the place accordingly. There are remarkable a number of hobbyists that produce, what would it be called? Imperial exosuit soldiers, let's call them. And they have names similar to that on a regular basis. You know, Imperial exosuit soldier, preacher with skull mask. That loud thud like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. This was as it was described. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. Ah, yes. The space bugs, everybody's favorite faction. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard, and about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before any coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me that he swore you to seek what he tell... You must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Well, what you saw, what you heard after the event. I feel like there should have been an everything option. Right up there with life, the universe, and everything. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Exactly, maybe. I'd like to ask you about 42. Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by me arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc all bright and shiny. Ooh. So this is the music box disc. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there, on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. As it was so dark under the seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh. Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason, with the idea that McGilded's claim was that he always fell asleep like right away on the carriage rides, and he didn't know when anybody else got on board. But this is her saying she heard 2 people get on board at once. Like, as far as the first group, 2 people got on at once. So, it can't have been empty when Mr. McGilded showed up. Or he arrived with somebody else. Because nobody got off during that period. Phrasing. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I didn't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other. So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two coves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. I think even if there was somebody that did tell what they believed was the whole truth, there was always definitely somebody who didn't, like, that explicitly lied at, like, initially and sometimes multiple times after that. Hey there, Levi. Well, thanks for popping in, even if for a short while. Lurking is fine, too. Well, then, fella, what I need... Yep. So this is his overcoat he gives to the driver to drop off at the pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Okay, he gave him a huge amount of money to drop that off at the pawnbroker. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibank's. Coachy snapped up the money and ran off to pop his the coat as fast as he could. If you recall, or if you don't, that is the coach driver who was, like, permanently cold. In the courtroom with everybody else present, his breath would fog. He always had that look of being exposed to, like, freezing cold. I speculated that that was some sort of divine punishment for him. Then when there was no one left in the carriage, McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. I see. What were McGilded's conditions, then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything. Not what I saw or what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? I believe that there's some slang for the overcoat there. But that sounds a bit, off, doesn't it? Okay. So, apparently, the full thing, Pop Your Weasel, is part of rhyming slang. She does use Cockney rhyming slang. So I don't know how the rhyme goes, but weasel means coat. And so pop means to pawn it. They actually established that a little earlier. Common slang in the era was pop means to put in hock. So when she says pop your weasel, she means pawn your coat. Like I said, I don't know how weasel leads to coat. Rhyming slang always has something that will line up with it, so maybe there is a coat term that rhymes with weasel, or that there is something else to the rhyme. Yeah, that's apparently that's part of where Pop Goes the Weasel, the rhyme, comes from. I mean, maybe, but Cockney rhyming slang, there is a rhyme involved with it. Like, the thing that it refers to rhymes with the thing that they call it. Or at least the phrase that they use to mask the thing, it rhymes with what the thing is. So I don't know if it's real, but the example is like apples and pears could mean stairs. The fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. All right, then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibanks, so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me, yeah, I get it. Good, and one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? Yeah, McGilded orchestrated a good deal of that trial to be in his favor. We still, based on the series of events, it still seems that he didn't commit murder. Or at least it's not clear that he committed murder, but a good deal of that trial was puppeteered by him. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it, and coerced Gina to give false testimony. Bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said you would make it so that we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. Cockney rhyming slang is something out of East End in the period. A wicked man. I mean, at least based on what the internet is regularly telling me. I could be finding all the wrong sources, as would be tradition. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have, in an heartbeat, he would have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where would we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, huh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Let me defend you in court. Nice. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? Actually, let me think. Is there another way I could search this? Oh. Okay. So, here it is, maybe. That's when you said stoat. So, in the rhyme, it's weasel, to further confuse the rhyming slang. Weasel is short for weasel in stoat. So it's weasel in stoat is rhyming slang for coat. And then they shortened it just down to weasel. See? Learning channel. Educational. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he going to be all right? Sholmes is going to be all right, right? So this creates another parallel with the Sherlock Holmes character is, while there was a bit of a, would it be a transactional nature to it? One of the things that Sherlock Holmes is sometimes credited with or is said to have done in the stories is employ like local orphans and pickpockets and whatnot to be informants, like info gatherers. So maybe this is a reference to that, is the befriending of the pickpocket. So that's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. I have heard of Deep Rock Galactic, maybe. I played it some time ago. I know the game has received much update since then. The only thing I really didn't enjoy about it was that the navigation was kind of a hassle. The general idea was kind of neat. So what you're saying is if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Miss Susato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I'll need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyers or nothing. Or Ginny. She seems so lonely. I mean, if nothing else, the theming of Deep Rock Galactic was well executed. Paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defense. Showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Space dwarves mining. Like, it has all of the dwarf stereotype, but the change to like a science fiction setting kind of freshened it up. And no, Warhammer lost their claim to it when they decided to shelve the squats for as long as they did before resurrecting them as the League of Votan. Or Votan, I don't know. At least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation papers, and no one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson won't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although something tells me she's not going to be happy about it. He's not, I guess. To be continued. All right, we're going to take a short break, folks. I'll be back momentarily. All right, getting back here, folks. Sorry about the wait. Where are the kitties at? Part of the break was making sure that their water was topped up and putting out some treats for them. So they have all moved about accordingly. So now we get to actually investigate. Goal for tonight is to see if we can get through the investigation step. That's our end point if we can reach it. And I may do a bonus stream tonight if I can get Remnant 2 working. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. So antagonistic. Give this a poke here. There we go. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute? Still a bit more delay than I'd like, but you know. What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship. How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. How many of those canisters is she carrying with her? Lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Look how fiercely I can scrunch my lunch. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, that storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. They've referenced that a couple of times now. Gregson mentioned it earlier, before the incident. Alongside Sholmes. Then Strongheart mentioned it too. This must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. What I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Come then, let's not waste any time. Look here. Yep. It's when he was shot, he was in front of the calendar. Yes, a bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Oh well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Kitties are being very stealthy. Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't do it even once. Forget that for now, Bruno. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? It's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Man, rattled off the sayings and puns there pretty quick, didn't they? Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh, okay, this is probably the, I wonder if this is the little powder gun that Sholmes used on the boat. What is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Yep. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. How wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. What a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleedin' great. More blood puns. So whose blood are we looking at, then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. Kitties are skulking around, being sneaky. We must make note of it in the court record. Blood sample. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagents left, sure. Green blood just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I don't know what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since we came in here. Keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. Ah, they really have a tough time, the British police. And they already emphasized in the last case that that has at least once led to officer misconduct as far as dodging responsibilities because of the strain of the regular job paired with the rules surrounding investigations like that. Doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? I suppose not. Really sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of account. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. Even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime and a pawnbroker's. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime and a pawnbroker's. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. It's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures amongst all the junk, you know. Are you all right, Bruno? Oh, it's just... well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Sure, this contraption was here yesterday as well. We are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. Well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Is that a reference or something like that? He's implying that if he made a lot of money, he wouldn't have to clean his old toilet, I guess? Need to check real quick here. Just in time to see Sherbet arrive. There's the article ledger here in Mr. Windibank's notes, and this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look at the back. There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us. Interesting. This is the note that Jenny gave us, but with the bloody thumbprint on it. Yeah, this is the drop-off slip. Is this an extension one? So this would have been, I think, the night of the murder. The redemption deadline? Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. It is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. Never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I've seen this exact picture somewhere else recently. Yes, you're right, very recently. The same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. What are you waiting for? Get it out. Right, all right. They're exactly the same. Wait a minute. They don't look exactly the same. Yeah. This is a stereoscope. If you look, the perspective is slightly different with the cat. You can see it most around the tail. The overlap is different with the snowman between the two tails. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. There's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not. Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? Like there's a little bit of perspective difference on the head as well. Shadow is a little different. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Yes, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures seem almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. You ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. See with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have the two images and two eyes with one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing the stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. I'm dying to have a go. Susato really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. Watch and see if you can copy. That's cuter looking than you would expect. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? The fact that they actually have them do it. There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. Trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now. Just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next trick, the next step, is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then try crossing your eyes again. Formed a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. Looks so real, I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. This, is it? This gives you an opportunity to try it yourself while that's happening. And it immediately hurts my eyes. There, now you know how a stereoscope works. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. Now, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, and then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back, and it's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. Certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. And that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night, through the little window in the door. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. The bank storeroom. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah. Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long ways, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. We have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And to inquire into how Mr. Shulm's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Ah, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Gave the door a really violent bashing, in a polite way. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl. Very, very different terms being used. Was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. In something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. So I wonder if... I wonder if it's that they fled inside to the storeroom. If both people fled to the storeroom. Because maybe after being injured, they ran in here and locked the door, but that like he bled out, and she passed out from the strain of it, holding the with the gun, hoping they don't get in. Obviously, my personal opinion is it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Regsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley all right? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They could get the medication to work at first. They couldn't, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up. It's not taking fast enough. Give him more. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood, then. Ah. I don't like to ask for at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... So, if this is not green, that tells us a lot. Pop. Yeah. So either he's laying in a puddle of somebody else's blood, or he fired at somebody that was at the door. And again, it seems like this might be he turned to flee and was shot. Now, we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. Let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only one that shows any signs of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Now, I think this might be what Gina was going for. Oh. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. But all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. It would be a nice place if it wasn't for all of the murder and investigation thereof. It really brings the tone of the room down, all that death and killing. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? Just to take my own life. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Iris, don't worry, I'm all right. Flip. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Hey. Might still be something to find in the pawn shop. It's a music box. Do you have them where you come from? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? Kinda pretty. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. But never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. So that's torn off to 16, and we can see that the bullet. It's reminding us that the different. It's each person would have a matching color of blood. It looks like the bullet is sticking into. It might just be damage to the overall pile of them. But if 15 isn't showing, that means that he tore the note off for that day, which he said that he does when he goes home. Like, that's the last thing he does each day. Which could be a time frame thing, as far as when the deaths happened. Yep. Something. Is there anything we overlooked in here? So without the cat photo, looks like the lamp is broken. Actually, let's open the counter. It's really enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. Much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. Clearly, Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside of Windibank's. Never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset about this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Bruno, so please don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. Popping around trying to raise flags here. You'll get the "you have arrived in this location" typewriter thing if there's a new event to see. Just so. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it? Well, if you examine the scene here very carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Very familiar, doesn't it, Barbed Wire? There we go. Let's see. Where else can we go? Nothing here. Be something we're missing here. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. This might be the thing that I'm missing. How have you been, Barbed Wire? I noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? No. Sholmes actually lives at 221B Baker Street. Now, he previously adventured with a Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson was killed in the first case. And now we are currently working with Wilson's daughter and Sholmes's current compatriot, Iris Wilson. Very much on the nose, but I expect Barbed Wire just different enough not to be sued by the relevant estate. Well, in that case, like, I believe you can use the the name Sherlock Holmes, but they do reference some of the actual cases, so that might be what they're dodging. Or they're just dodging inevitable needless litigation. We need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Move out to the main shop where Iris is so that we can... I mean, Iris is in there with us, but this way we can actually... That looks like blood. Say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Pop. This is a third party. So, the blood of the pawnbroker, the victim in this case, is shows up blue when subjected to this. The blood on the calendar at the doorway shows up green, and the blood on this note shows up purple. So we have 3 individuals. Look at that. That's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. The claim with this is, I believe it's like different blood types result in a different color. Though you'd wonder how... I wonder if you could do that with, like, dried blood. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? No idea. How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. Without that, it's impossible to know. That's the biggest leap, is they're like, well, there's all kinds of different blood. It's... If there's too many shades, you won't be able to use it. So you'd expect there to be some broader category, like actual blood type. And that can become useless or dangerous very quick. Oh, how very vexing. I wonder. Huh? Well, it's true that the color doesn't help us. Well, what about considering how the mark came to be there in the first place? You might have an idea about that, mightn't you, Runo? I wonder if it's, couldn't be McGilded. So we have to be able to say who it is. Idea whose blood this is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. Alright, let's look at the list of people it gives you. Iris, do you know as well? You first, Renault. Who do you think it belongs to? This is the blood of... Okay, gloved hand, so that to me points to McGilded. Gina isn't shown wearing gloves. This is very much in the past. I don't know if it's explicitly supposed to be, but the main character has the same name. They're Ryunosuke Naruhodo instead of... I can't remember what Phoenix Wright's... first name is in the Japanese version, but it's the same surname, Naruhodo, in both cases. Gilded wore gloves. Why would his blood be on it? Gilded? It's either that or it's thrice fired. During the incident on the... Nah, then it's got to be thrice fired. I expect so. It's a very clear print with no small amount of blood. So it must have resolved from a fairly serious accident, such that he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on him. Yeah. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who wasn't bleeding straight away. Yeah, it was thrice fired. So yeah, this might be meant to be an ancestor of him. I haven't looked up the answer to that. Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now. That case. And of course, I've never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. It was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilda was also wearing leather gloves that night. What good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't sure, but I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Yeah, they make a point here showing there's blood on the thumb. The right-hand thumb. It does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. We know that Mr. McGilda had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Well, let's make a note of this. Redemption ticket. Blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. Is speculated to be Mr. Mason's. We hypothesize it's Mason's. Let's see if we can get to the hospital this time. Nope. Still missing at least one other flag here. How have you been lately, Barbed Wire? So the green is unknown, and they must have been injured. Okay, yeah, that paper splash is from the bullet ripping through the whole mess there. Gotcha games will do that, and sleep schedule doesn't help. Inspector Gregson, will you give your opinion about this? Oh, no, that's a... That really sounds like a I don't care about that. Because it also didn't show the picture of the evidence up in the corner. Yep, that's an I don't care about that. You would think not. You would think you'd be getting crumbs everywhere, don't you, Barbed Wire? Alright, let's see. There's 10 shillings in the loan back. 13th of February at 9. And it had to be redeemed by the 13th of April at 9. Look at this other one. That's 15th of February at 10:30. And then 15th of April at 10:30. There was £1 in the loan. Okay, this is the box. So this was dropped off before. One small box. And then after that, the coat was put in hock during around the incident in the first real trial. Okay. She doesn't care. Mind if I show you this? It's just a boring old thing. I don't really like boring things. It's like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with, "This is boring, but..." It's a bad habit. You should stop it. Be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Okay, look and see if we tripped a flag with that last one here. I would expect we would get a, "Hey, we're done here, you should go to X." Sholmes isn't hiding in the background. Alright, we're still missing something. Strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. The large stereoscope. Makes you think, when Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Relevant. Hopefully we're not in a present this particular thing to them, you know, out of nowhere kind of scenario. I think he cared about that one. What do you make of this? Okay, this is the ticket for the box. that Gina gave us. I think she gave us the one for the box. Here, then, a redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for Mr. McGilded's overcoat. The one that the little diver turned up with yesterday. Well, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to... Bruno's right, Gregsy. This isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So what's all this about, then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibank's. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. It's very easy to talk to when we have Iris around. It's impossibly easy. It's ridiculous. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. Huh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. Angry fish and chips eating. Now see, with here, you can tell why it would definitely be a bad idea on an active crime scene. Because if you watch, he's spraying crumbs everywhere. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. It's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here, then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front. We must search them at once. Wasting your time. Oh, there are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds, even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. It's getting old. Dong. 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 Nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. I mean, either you'd have all those clocks disabled, or you would set them all to the same time very carefully every day, so that you didn't have like a rolling cacophony for too long. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. But you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. You actually don't have a clock that is set to the right time anywhere in the place. Instead, the time is determined by which one of the clocks is going off. It's a complex series of clocks laid out in a particular sequence so that each one's tolling at particular intervals is what tells you what time it actually is. So, you know, when the third clock chimes 5 times, it's 2 in the morning. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh. Didn't bother me. All transactions conducted by Notepad and Etch-a-Sketch, you know? Because you can't hear a thing. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Retracted silence. Oh, all right then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. Come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Oh, nice, nice, nice. We found this in Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Huh? Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Hat flops over her face. Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah, this Baskervilles story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. What I wanted to do was find out if the mantle script, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. I feel like she is physically incapable of saying manuscript, because she keeps hearing people call it manuscript. And she keeps insisting on calling it mantlescript. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? Huh? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Needless flashback. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. Just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. All right, all right. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibank's. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's got to be harder. Susato looking away is again... It's highly probable that the death in the tutorial trial, the victim, Dr. Wilson, is Iris Wilson's father. Her father is a Dr. Wilson that was traveling abroad and was a doctor of medicine. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. Or more, the adventures of the trusty partner of a great detective. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ain't all this chummy nonsense. I ate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. Double long pause. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Are some suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains in the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? Odo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be that be blood that splattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Okay, that's Mason's blood. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. So, McGilded's prior story and what we understood, part of their claims and all of that, was that he had only, like, helped Thrice Fired, like, checked to see if he was really dead, picked him back up, but he's got blood all over him, like all over his chest from, presumably, Thrice Fired. Of course, the black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn the color purple, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Now let's see, who had the purple blood? Ah, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Wait, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. I ask you, what kind-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. And we know that McGilded specifically gave the coat to the coachman to put in pawn. And then he told Ginny to fetch to make sure the coat stayed in pawn. Even if that meant that she had to use some money that he gave her to extend the loan. So from the looks of it, it was as much hiding the stuff that was in the pockets, the claim slip for the box, and the metal discs, as it was to conceal the fact that there was blood all over his overcoat. The overcoat now, it's clear these stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. Well, unless, I mean, to be fair, he could have been really sloppy about it. McGilded is short, so maybe, like, he tried to lift the guy up and it sort of flopped him onto his shoulders a little bit, since he had a gut wound. Now, if that was what had really happened, the blood would have been splashed all over the front of the coat. There we go. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I mean, I guess, sure. I'd run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I mean, to be fair, he didn't walk far. Used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. I mean, it was a fair trial as a result, though. Could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma? He of the perpetually flowing headband. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victories without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Huh. What's funny, Gina? Or it sounds like this Empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into. Believing in that. Missed the last word. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, thanks for visiting, Barbed Wire. Hope you have a good night. /day/ whichever. I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learnt your lesson now, huh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure? That's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? The very actively trying to drive them away behavior. And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Yeah, you trust her. Because otherwise the game can't happen. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. Fully baked. We're gonna have a good time. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Narrow Otto. Didn't you hear half of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina. I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Long pause, ×2. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. Huh? Blimey, you're sharp, huh? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Regsy. Dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, bye-bye and bye. It's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. But I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the moment. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. Reminds me of, the writer. A lot of pleasantries. Natsume, that's right, the guy, from the last trial. Not one of them sounded sincere. Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things. I like how it's technically very accurate, his fear, and the fact that she doesn't seem to... It's hard to tell whether she is utilizing it or that she refuses to believe how much power she has over his life now. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Must attend the court clerk's office before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day, and then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. My guess with that narrative is that she's going to travel back. They're going to do some time leap forward here in Britain. And she's going to come back, and maybe they'll circle back around to the killing of Dr. Wilson. Because we know the culprit in that killing was a British national, and they didn't, like, from a diplomatic perspective, from an embassy perspective, she wasn't getting fully prosecuted. And she left. I wonder if that character will resurface, and potentially did she have involvement with the, with, say, like, a poisoning of Susato's father. Naruhodo, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before your eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. Insofar as 50 days is at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel that I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. waxing poetic here. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and we keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. Well, dang. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? It is my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Huh? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Yeah, you could see a bit of that when she turned. Susato. The background could have been blurring with the implication that it was his eyes tearing up, but it could also have been the concussion. Maybe a little both. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Long pause. Times 2. Oh, and 3. Going for the triple. "17th of April, the small hours at St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off of my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Sure, but it was dodging the camera. Okay, we'll pop down some saves here. Pretty good. Writing and narrative in this continues to be very good. I mean, some of that is kind of the backlash coming off of Danganronpa 2's last half. But I think this is still very good. There's a lot of intrigue going on. Very directly interconnected threads of the different cases. Characters are really compelling. This is good. This is good. Now, as mentioned, barring some sort of technical difficulty or other sort of disaster or change of plans in general, we will be playing a lot of Remnant 2 until I determine that the game is in fact bad, or again, something stops me from playing it. We might change things up, but I kind of want to play an action game, so we're going to play an action game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, get up, move around, feed cats, not be sitting here in front of the desk for a little bit. And then I will probably set up another stream and get rolling with that. So hopefully see you shortly, folks.